Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And I know we're still in the middle of defending Von Zeeks, who was charged with murdering the detective at Scotland Yard, whose name I'm still forgetting. I want to check something real quick. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, let's put these on. Let's keep these on, especially like Renosuke's. It looks nice. Who made Shom's outfit though? Like the other two, it says Iris made them, but... Oh, okay, it says I can only use them in the second one. Sir, could debate about ladders and step ladder. Oh, pfft, okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue the game now. Oh, okay. There we go. Well, now I need to refill my water, so I'll be right back before doing this. So, just a moment. Okay, I'm back, so let's get on this now. The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's hard to see. You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed lake. I'm all alone in the world, mate. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? I don't know, could you? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... a brief cross-examination, I think, Consul. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like these. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized caller. Mon Dieu, with your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck. It doesn't look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark. No. Dang it. No, it is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it, an eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hairs like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grander lips. No. No, lad. I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Oh, for that is the problem. See. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now how many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never leave.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that nasty, tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it. Okay. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Well, as you can see, my own hair has not got a hint of red in it. But in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Hello?
Excuse me.
You just said you never seen him before. What's up? Mr. DeRosu. Mr. DeRoso. Ugh. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What happened to never seeing him before? What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui, he had some kind of contact in his hand. They were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. Oh, I've never left Fresno Street, mate, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the couple is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, there was a man. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? Oh. He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned names shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. Hell yeah, I object. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. I know there's a piece of evidence that has the name on it. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Yeah, I've already looked at this. This was... I still know I saw it somewhere. Trying to remember where, though. Was it this one? No, I don't think so. Well, let me see where this is going.
Objection!
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
If either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me.
Think again, Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already.
I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along.
I read the room where that fellow was found is true, for what difference it makes.
There's no name.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
Oh, no, that boy's not mine.
Ah, fudge. Alright.
The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair, and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little as known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to do this, man. I'm all alone.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family? No, not at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, that's what you failed to do tonight. If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick my lip. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that.
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Consul. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Grayson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So, perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is alright. He was clean shaven. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that the witness could have disguised himself as a victim. Oh, he does, and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Objection, damn it! Oh, we already had one of those. Welcome to the stream, Queen Athena. How you doing? Let me give you a shout out. Oh, you're playing Marvel Rivals today. Ooh, is that Persona 5 Strikers? That was a good game. I'm good, thanks. But yeah, I love Persona 5 Strikers. That was a great game. Yes, I still gotta finish it, unfortunately. Oh, how far are you on it? You may have told me before, but... By the way, what do you think of their new outfits? I found some costumes I could change them into in the option, in the extras menu. Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes. But nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Well, why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Yep, I thought so too. There's also one for Sholmes, but he hasn't made an appearance yet. Okay, now let me figure out what I'm supposed to present here. The man who claimed to be... Okay, not that one. Think of what the fuck... Alright, this was in that room for some reason. may not have anything to do with what's currently going on, but still. I got no kinfolk. Well, as usual, I'm gonna save before doing this, but yeah, that being there kind of bugs me. In fact, what was that guy? Hang on a minute. What was that? Let me check something. Oh, really? You're not gonna let me look at the people? Fine. Well, okay, here's the photo of him. Photograph of... A photographic print received from Mrs. Vigil in order to aid with locating her missing husband. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. I got no kinfolk or nothing. A photographic print of a smiling Mrs. Vigil in her younger years was found on a desk at the scene of the crime. Yeah, I'm gonna present this.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Oh! I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, when... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are. Oh, I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. I don't know about that, because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
Yeah? How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Consul, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature. In other words, revealing his true face. Would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Boone? I didn't notice the little mouse on his shoulder until now. That is so cute. Oh! Oh! Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth, Miss Court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, Consul. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Alrighty. Oh, I didn't realize. I guess I misunderstood it. Okay, I'm not gonna think about that too much right now. Anyway,
Take that!
your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yo! I don't recall that name, Consul. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed leaguemen. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now you just hold on a minute. I don't have to...
I didn't read
I don't have the first idea.
what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
Oh! No, stop! Get off! Don't!
How did he even do that? Oh well.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. These are the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the red-headed league enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing, peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So, where did Mr. Huge Boone come from? Well, obviously it's a name he made up. Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything.
I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Caught underhanded, yep.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand to selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
You'd think someone would have realized that was clearly a fake name. You'd think some of the bank would have realized that was clearly a fake name, but oh well. The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
Oh. Yeah, I hadn't heard about them having any kids.
And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you can sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence a piece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invited Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
Yeah, that would make sense. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Oxy's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people, on those occasions. He would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification in sheer care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is, that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Well, he's kind of under oath now, so... In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson in the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Oh, this... Yeah, you can't see the bruise very well when in that outfit. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Plot twist, yep. Oh, goodness! Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah! Yeah, I didn't expect these two to be responsible to begin with. Order! 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 Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Oh yeah, forgot we had... Oh, what's up? Wait, Cosima? Huh? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Cosima? What question, Consul? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man! One moment, Consul. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so...
Prosecutor Asogi,
do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well, then the defense has no objection.
Oh, I see. In that case, you will be answer the question, witness.
The truth is, my body feels like crap right now. Oh, you okay? You need to go rest. Go take a rest if you need to, or feel you need to.
I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten?
I'm so sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why you left such an important job... Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. I think I'm sick or something because my chest gets tight sometimes, and shortness of breath and everything. I try to sleep, my body fights it. Oh. Yeah, well, sorry to hear that. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't.
Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I point out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Well, thanks for the stretch and hydrate, Athena. Okay. First off, what are we talking about? Oh, right, this. The harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as Chief Warder of Barclay Prison. Okay, let me read over this. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aid and abet the escape of from this prison of convict, name redacted, just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Caden. Do it and don't forget to save. Yeah, I will. I'm just reading over this first. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. But yeah, I'm gonna do it. But you're right, I should save first. Just to be safe. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. I hope this is the right one. I don't know what else it could be.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of Young Militia. I did find that strange, because I seem to remember he was pretty much fired from the job. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice, a court ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there has been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. The dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. Oh, now we're seeing the bruise. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. Puts butt in the air from butt scratches. The images, the screams.
Oh, my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles, about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Della. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you too. Oh, I cannot help you new. I misread it. Anyway, let me fix this. I'm sorry, Della. This is serious business, but I cannot help you, no. Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as you told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history.
I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh! Oh. Well, that happened.
Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
Okay.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Code red, suspect down. Yep.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. Okay, so this trial really is going for 2 chapters. Yes, I will go and save my progress. You call BS on what? On which part? Why are we doing back here? Then ending. Well, that's how long this trial is, I guess. Because remember, I spent a good portion of the last time I streamed this just getting as far as I did. Anyway, again, my question is, why are we back here? I guess since the trial's not continuing until the next day. Anyway, 2nd of November, 3:38 p.m., Sholmes' suite. Oh, and you should be able to see Sholmes' alternate outfit now. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? No, then we needed to know. Bruno! Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh!
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave her alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Hairlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Or Mr. Sholmes?
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Okay, whatever.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look.
Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say.
What? Little figures can speak?
All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine.
So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? This morning's trial.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. But one thing is increasingly clear. Lord Von Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. You managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Cosma.
Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through.
The Reaper's innocence.
If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. Then Lord Von Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Von Zieks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do with that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Okay, what are we getting at with this?
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Von Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Mr. Vigil's condition.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one?
Oh, it's St. Sinners.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. It is a strange coincidence.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
Thanks for the stretch, Soup, and welcome to stream. How you doing? To impersonate Gregson? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ah, Jenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So, I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special resin shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Yeah, I'm disappointed, because I was hoping we would see his new outfit, too. Yeah, you notice anything different, Soup? Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Alright. I guess we're heading out now. Actually, is there something I should present to her just for the heck of it? Let's see about this. Iris, about this. Oh no, what was I thinking? Why on earth did I show her that?
Poor Grexy.
Sorry. I assume I'll get a similar response from this. Yep. Okay, better not show her that. Iris, have a look at this.
That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection. Well, like when you present evidence.
No, that's only in court.
That's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection!
Yay, that was great. Right, next.
Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things.
Objection!
Okay, I think that better be all I show. Moving on. Okay, can't go there. Not sure I should go there right now. Prison, Mr. Vigil. Let me see what these say. Okay, we'll check out this place first. Oh, okay. 2nd of November. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's Office. No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Cosimo-sama.
Define Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Hosogi. My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Von Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. I think it would have taken longer regardless. Because, well, I don't know. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Von Zieks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Von Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful!
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Von Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely.
Closed trial.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi?
Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart.
Von Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Von Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. You say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Casimires? I'd like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
So that's what all these gears are about here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Page 53.
Alright. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I have been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible, even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree. To us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you!
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
A new location has been added. Yeah, let's go to the prison first, though. Second of November. Local prison, cell 1.
Lord Von Zieks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nepalese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer is trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Von Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nepalese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's a sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nepalese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? The Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose you. Or rather, expose the organization.
Ah, it's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified as such a figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No! No!
Gregson? The Reaper? Gregson's secret. Yeah, didn't see that twist coming. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh!
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
You... What?!
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then!
Or, if I can name the woman.
Wait, what?
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Oh, okay. Wait, what?! Shin? Of course. Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Of course. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not.
Can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson.
Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man was her father. I'll have to get more water to fill that, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and thanks for the hydrate, Soup. How you doing tonight?
Asashin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Prosecutor Asogi. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You'll say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common men as pawns in politics, in economics, and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a cake art from a society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint von Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint von Zieks had already been killed at this point, and Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's von Zieks, alright. We've got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come...
If I let them kill you, Clint will never forgive me.
It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Oh. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord von Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
The new location has been added. Okay, I don't think we need to go there.
Perhaps we should leave Mr. Vigil in peace for a little while. He's only just been admitted.
Okay. Prosecutor's office, we have permission now? Actually, let's make sure we can't go here first. Well, doesn't look like he's here at the moment, so yep, I guess not. 2nd of November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yep, alright. Actually, hang on a minute. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. What? What the f- Don't tell me that means he just tried to do it after getting here. Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose it's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Okay. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy little one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Well, I was hoping it would say what's on the... what the note or whatever that is says on there. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I'd worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps.
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Otto. It is full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why'd I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what terrible treatment.
Alright, I think we're done here. Second of November, Prosecutor's Office. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Rinosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Rinosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot about things during my time in London. About how Suzato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Shigoku, and about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. Interesting. Anyway. Alright. The odd thing about that one was that that account was over 4 years old. So I feel like it probably actually did belong to a person once. Why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Your disappearance is getting on for a year now. This is what happened on the SS Burya. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on the bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. What does that mean? A small bunch of flowers. Oh, okay. So, I guess like a small bouquet. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
Your journey to Britain.
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Von Zieg's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago...
Thanks again for the stretch, Soup.
You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. And welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight, Sue? Your father, Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Yonosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Six years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Suzato-san.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh!
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
Letter from Britain.
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he would have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Ijoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The Reaper's Trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? So the title for completing the Avatar collab challenges is Cabbage Merchant? Oh, wow. My cabbages! Anyway, welcome to Stream Machi. How you doing tonight? The real question is, who's been given orders to the inspector? Yes, Baroque von Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No! He was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have been taken another man's life. Cosima. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. There's also a cabbage gun charm and souvenir for earning 30 assists, and Gintara is a challenge reward skin on top of the purchase skins for Suki, Zuko, Aang, Toph, and Appa. Appa? Okay, I'm curious what that skin looks like. Hi, lurking while doing holiday errands. Yeah, no problem, Soup. Just be careful out there. I'm sure a lot of people are out running errands as well. But how you doing tonight? If you can hear me. And if not, well, like I said, take care. Anyway, let's see. Maybe I need to present some stuff to him. Cosima, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Okay, I guess I'll let that go. Is there something to examine around here, maybe? There's Lord Von Zeek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Von Zeek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Renosuke. You both know you can't even manage a minute. Ouch. Okay, yeah, that's pretty funny looking. Yeah, I just saw it. And like I said, that is pretty funny looking. At least to me. Lord Von Zeek's fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be really be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Von Zeke's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, Oh, was that Cosima? Oh, okay. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Cast floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollow barrels, I suppose. They're arranged accordingly to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Von Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Oh. Oh, whoa! What the? Whoa! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Von Zeeks, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Stronghold's Heart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Bats aren't birds, but okay. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Well, maybe I do need to present something to him after all. Cosima, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Cosima. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case. The Red-Headed League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many redhead people gathered from all over London that day. a certain great detective being among them. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they never dreamt up their little plan. Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. At last, I get to take my revenge. Cosima. Lord Von Zieks is responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Cosima. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it is certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Cosima-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Cosima-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. There we go. That's what I was waiting for, was... Renosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Rinosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Von Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here before I continue, so if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time, and I'll be back in a little bit. So, see you soon. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Dragoon said, arrives, hugs, chat, and brews tea. Welcome to stream, Dragoon. How you doing? I'll give you a shout out. And Hart says, evening, Luna. How's it going? I just got home from work. Stressful day, ready to chill with cat and blanket. Sounds good.
Oh, I'll go around. Back again.
And Hart and Dragoon gave Hearts a giant blanket. Aw, that's sweet. I don't know if Heart streams or not.
Right.
Give them a shout out just in case.
Real.
Okay, nope, they don't. No, I'm just a humble viewer, but thanks. Yeah, no problem. Oh, you finished Magical Star Sign? Nice, Dragoon. What you gonna play next? I keep picking up the Switch controller because that's what I'm more used to using. Alright, we finished talking to Cosma. The wheels say I play Sifu next. Oh, nice. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only person on Twitch who doesn't stream. No, I'm pretty sure there are quite a few that don't. Let's see. Like I said, we're done talking to Cosma. A new location has been added. So... okay, yeah, can't go there yet. Still can't go there yet. I guess we'll go there last. I'm pretty sure Ashi doesn't. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Ashi, but I don't think he streams. Yeah, I'll be playing that tomorrow. Anyway, let's go to the forensics laboratory now. Wait, is that the lab? Okay. Maybe I'll be able to go back to the hospital after this. Oh, good. Oh, goody. This ought to be fun. Assuming this woman hasn't been arrested. 2nd of November, Forensics Laboratory. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected.
But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room.
Actually, this may not even be the same lab, because I really don't remember all that pink stuff in the background before. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but I didn't think she had all that stuff. So this may be someone else's lab.
The coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject?
No.
Is what I would like for her to say. Nope, I don't think that change of subject's happening.
What was that?
Okay, yeah, this definitely isn't the same person. Dr. Gory? Okay, yeah, we came to see Dr. Gory, that's right. Yeah, her lab whoa, what the fudge? Anyway, her lab looks very different. What kind of voice to give her?
What?
That noise before.
I was shopping.
German accent? Okay, I'll try it. I managed to do it with one character before. Let's see if I can do a female version this time. German accent, German accent.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Of course she would.
Then I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time.
You shouldn't. No, don't say that.
Is that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Alright. Time of death. Oh, okay. Guess cutting straight to the chase, huh? I kind of want to get into these games, but don't know where to start. I would start with... Fudge, what's the name of it? Hang on, I have it on have it in my library, just a sec. I just can't remember the exact name of it. Did I uninstall it? Surely not. Oh, here. No, not that one. I do need to play that demo at some point, though. No, I haven't. I do need to. It's an... Oh, here we go. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. That's where you should start at. Thanks, Luna. Sorry for the interruption. No problem. But yeah, I think I bought 13 Sentinels during a sale recently. But as you can see, I've got quite a few games I need to play here. I still need to play this, the Atelier games I bought. I think I was told Atelier Sophie first. I don't remember. It's good and has an English dub, so your voice gets a break. Yeah, that'll be good. I need to play everything. There's another one I've been considering playing. Code Realize is a visual novel, so I don't know how well that would go over with my audience. This I have on my poll for my retro games, but it's losing to Earthbound at the moment. And I've already played both of these. Need to get Spider-Man 2 eventually. Is the poll open to anyone? Yeah, sure. Let me get the link for you. Of course, my Earthbound with the homies. But yeah, here you go. Here you go, hearts. I kind of want to play this again. I played it the year it came out, but it was so much fun. Scarlet Nexus was a great game. I recommend it. Oh, that's the demo. Where's the actual game? Oh, well. Oh, yeah, that's just a demo of that. I played that one. That was good. I like the gameplay in this, but the Earthbound is on a roll. Yep. I like the gameplay of Stranger of Paradise, but the story and characters are like, oh look, oh look how edgy I am for my taste, I think. I'll get around to playing this. I think Rio and I were gonna play this after
sometime after we finish Persona 5 Royal, which that's still a ways away. I need to play Trials of Mana again, because there's characters I haven't played as yet. I played Wild Arms 2. Stranger Paradise is when I realized that Final Fantasy is a series about hunky guys. Oh, for sure. Okay, enough of this. Let's get back to Great Ace Attorney. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. We have? I don't remember her. Hunky and sexy, get it right. You can always watch WWE if you want to see hunky guys. Yeah, I imagine that's true also. Also, I'm not the best judge on this since I never watched it, but maybe also watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't know. Like I said, I never watched it, but seems like it would be a good anime for that. Also, I don't remember meeting her before, but oh well.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Sith has some scruples, at least. Oh, wait, she's her daughter. That explains a lot.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
If I re-download Persona 5 Strikers and stream it to finish, would y'all watch it? I would definitely try to. I think I need to follow your channel, actually. Let me see. Yes, I do. So I will do that right now. There you go. I followed. No problem. But yeah, I'll definitely try to watch it when I catch you on. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Yeah, but we kind of need to talk to her now. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Maybe present the thingy? The autopsy report? Dr. Gory, we've actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good.
Sorry. He skinned in snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Ugh!
That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Oh! That made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Alright. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mel Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st of November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go to the same way as your mother.
Give it here, then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate. Well, that's not much help.
But...
The details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record. The autopsy report from the examination of Inspector Gregson's body. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Great. Now what? Maria Gory. Okay. How come she has a different last name from her mother? Did her mother remarry or something? Okay, I don't even have her on file now. Her mother, I mean. Anyway, indeterminate. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat.
Yeah, of course there was.
And that fish has started to rot.
Ew.
Ugh.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Okay.
And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it is not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the moment, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said there were no electrical features of that size in the vicinity. If you don't mind, Zen.
Sorry. She's gone back to sharpening her blades.
Not now, or my baby here might start to rust. I think perhaps we'd better leave Dr. Gory alone.
Maybe we could try again later if we manage to find some more clues. Alright. Anything to examine in here? Let's have a closer look at this. Oh, she's not gonna... Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be able to inspect anything in here right now, are we? Doesn't look like... Nope. Nope, she's not gonna let us inspect anything at the moment. Alright, let's get out of here then. Well, then where am I supposed to go now? Prison. Oh, that's right. I need to go to the hotel. I forgot about that. Alright, let's go. The 2nd of November. Great Waterloo Hotel, foyer. Or foyer, however you say it.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. Yeah, that's probably not going to change.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
Oh, what a charming young lady. And you are?
Ah, it's his first time meeting her, huh?
Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson at your service, sir.
Oh, I hope he doesn't spill the beans.
Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Who we still haven't seen yet.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explain that bright look in your eyes.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery,
After I twisted some arms.
and I must say it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Though I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. Maybe even both of you.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Well, okay, we definitely see that Susato takes after him.
Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten?
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Shijoku has got to. Alright. Time to converse. About the Reaper.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Von Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Von Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here?
Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed!
Damn it.
We were trying to keep that hush-hush.
Professor Migatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. She's gonna find out eventually, though.
Oh really? We're gonna talk.
Are we gonna be subtle about this? At least?
Ah! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes?
But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all.
That's true.
Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
That sounds good. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Judge Ijoku. I haven't seen Judge Ijoku for a while, have you?
Guilty! Ho 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 ho!
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Ijoku having once been in the dock himself?
Yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh, okay.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!"
The commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Ijoku's arrival in London for the symposium.
Alright, guess it's gonna come in handy sometime. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true.
The favor. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do...
What? Father! What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Reno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Reno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police about this with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Aseshin. Of course, it's so obvious.
Oh, there you are. Okay, we're finally getting to see his alternate outfit. Where have you been this whole time? How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes!
Hurley, where have you been?
Even his pipe has changed. Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what Father spores could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Zato. All we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry. But doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab, straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Well, that's it for this place. Alright. Let's head back to the hospital.
2nd of November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. We just missed him. Oh! Cosmo beat us to it. He said much as the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Gregson's request. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something not even Scotland Yard had come to know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I had flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising on my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the First Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. The prison escape. It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Millgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I could only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Millgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
The convict Asogi.
Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with him was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Asogi's will. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells when I looked into Asogi's. I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pin a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? It is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Anyway. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. And as I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? Wait, what? That will is the only weapon I have left now. Oh, okay. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance.
I was the only person who saw Soki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Soki's execution.
Which was actually a deliberate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Sogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
You're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? That's right, though I didn't search through them all myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely."
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understand that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it suddenly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I had forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Don't be, please. Don't be, don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Sogi Papers. Huh? I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
New location has been added. The 2nd of November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are ya? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations.
Ah, well, the reports just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie does not work here no more, so your business is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea. Wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Oh, come on. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff bracelet? Biscuit.
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons, too.
So, what you brought you down here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there may have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something.
Did I not say? Gregson death is not to do with things and that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. I just want to check something real quick.
And Mordo's botched execution and a whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye? A shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal would not say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing and jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I don't know what to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility upon myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sith forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of sending your pocket away. No, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become an anemic.
I suppose that there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then. It'd be that lass from the French division, Maria Gory.
Maria Gory?
Aye, she's daughter. She did not have him no more. just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ugh!
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sith's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sith's daughter, but her surname is Gori? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I did not get the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. I decided to do the same with her own life. I could not understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral mass as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
You really need to speak to Miss Gori yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for none of us to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions?
I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up those painful memories for everyone.
Can you no just stay away, no? Leave me alone and then I come back here, eh? And then I come back here, eh?
Sorry, so I got one more thing to talk about.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk here, even in the prison, who've heard of those papers.
Oh, well, can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Humph.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Harvest, no. You're off at half cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee walk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Oi, here you go. Here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I find it says he leaves. By mind, it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers?
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the storm sliced of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered in the court record.
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't have just prefer it, considered an order from the higher levels of our government.
I understand.
What's that there, then?
It's actually the sign of a Japanese defense lawyer.
Well, you have to wear something like that to prove who you are. Perhaps I should wear these handcuffs, eh?
I think maybe they're more of a sign of the people you catch than you yourself.
Oh, that's true. You got me there, hen.
Not actually a sign of anything, are they? Governor Kaiden, would you have a look at this?
Oh, wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff, Biscuit?
Oh, no thanks. I'd rather just watch your eyes over this. Cast your eyes over this.
Well, maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh?
No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. Governor Kaiden, would you have a look at this?
Well, how about that? A friend of Mikatoba turned up after all these years. And his wee bairn, even.
My father speaks highly of you, sir.
Do you kin? I can see the resemblance now.
Oh!
Aye, especially around your eyes. You look dead like him.
What an interesting observation. Not the delighted reaction from Susanoo-san that he might have been expecting. Jump scares you. Ah! Oh, it's not all those bad acts, sorry. Welcome to Stream Milkies, how you doing tonight? Glad you could join us. Why is Ace Attorney 3D? Because it's a remaster of it, so to speak? Also, actually, what is Great Ace Attorney on originally? Because reasons. Yeah, that too. Yeah, it was originally on the 3DS. Which, yeah, the games were a little more 3D by then. The series as a whole. The ones that were released on the 3DS were, yes. The earlier games, no, they were on the... I think they were on... Were they on Game Boy Advance originally, I think? Wrong controller again. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Oh, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? And the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to mobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? Okay, now your imagination's going wild.
I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my horse. Mrs. Carden was not best pleased. When the coast on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bubba.
The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they?
Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. I never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! Do not kill me!
Ah!
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Oh, no. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the name of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
Right.
Let me out! Do not kill me! Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Dinner do it?
Okay. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled inmate register. Look. And all the files are in alphabetical order.
Ask for the use with the records of Barclays inmates. Although no, they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say.
A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting.
And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it.
I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they?
Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows.
Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility.
Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory.
That one's me.
Ah! I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean?
Of course it's not. Although, it is taken into consideration.
A lot. This grandfather clock is...
It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
He's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
The head's off, you mean?
There was no carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh.
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morning, by evening it'll have been cut down clean in 2.
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then.
That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
It has?
The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look.
It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed.
What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator.
I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Is that everything? Yep, I guess so. Does that mean we're done here then? I guess so. Alright, let's go. Alright, yep, let's go here. Second of November, Forensics Laboratory. Someone's sharpening again. You're still not dead. Anyway, I don't have anything more to tell you about that specimen. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. I think the Phoenix Wright game started on DS. Yeah, I think you're right. But either way, yeah, the 3DS ones were... Hang on, man, let me check that. Okay, yeah, you're right, it was the DS. But yeah, the 3D ones weren't until the 3DS, starting with Dual Destinies. And then when the original games got released on modern consoles, they went through a remaster. So that's why those look 3D now too. But this one was originally on 3DS, so it was always 3D. As I said, same for the other ones. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Which I need to get those eventually also. I actually have them on the 3DS, but I haven't touched them in a while, so I probably want to pick them up on the Switch eventually. Anyway, let's continue. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. We were hoping to talk about your mother, Dr. Seth. Ugh! It's something the governor of Barclay Prison mentioned. He said that she was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. That's not all Mama did. Sorry. My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint von Zeeks as well. What? Really? Brother of Lord von Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided a vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint von Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Confirmation of death. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber. And signed a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually had to see jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but... now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Ah, just like Mama. I'm sure she was cursed by someone D2.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he says that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago?
Clint's autopsy.
You mentioned the autopsy of Clint von Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy, was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Let's see. Von Zieks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Von Zieks.
There must be!
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Sherlock Sholmes was his name.
Of course. Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it?
Iris?
Runo. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Vitamins, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Ah!
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris!
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This is really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Von Zieg's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. I've already checked everything here, so we're just gonna have to go. Second of November, room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We can always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
I don't think this was here before. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look.
TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. And hands off. Gina!
Well, where were you hiding?
I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Otto.
is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always is. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You should hear them talking to Yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them lodgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the Yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Von Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously it was that blowing Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
add details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, 'cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh!
That's our Gina.
The secret notebook.
So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an old long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
The list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like,
Sec. Okay, I'm ready.
Nah, he's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear.
What a pity. There was something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Aye? What? It does mean something.
Lord Von Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before, that would be the undercover investigation in the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Puppy! Hi, Toby! When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down yet, then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you, though. Police business, ain't it? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound, yeah?
He's too cute to be a hellhound. What are you talking about? Right, because he looks oh so hellish honest.
Exactly, he's too cute.
The hellhound! Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different.
and not altogether nice to those involved in crime.
But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be, after all, in the great exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Trevor's workshop. I had a dog named Toby once. We owned him and his brother, who were both half black lab and half collie. And I named one of them Cody after the character from the sitcom Step by Step. I was a big fan of it then. And then my mom said, let's name the other one Toby because it kind of rhymes. So, there you go. But yeah, they were both great dogs, especially Toby. He was one of the sweetest dogs you could ever meet. Anyway, let's continue.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this stupid dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Kind of leaning towards the wig. Actually, wait, what are we doing? Oh, locate Drebber's workshop. Oh, wait. What do we need to do? Should be after all the great exhibition. Where's Toby here? Maybe it's time for another demonstration. Well, okay.
Take that!
Let's try this. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh, what the fudge? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Woof! Oh, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has some very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him. Well, it did have his initials on it.
Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It wasn't like that. It just wasn't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
Oh. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the same.
Goodness.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said?
Oh, I thought I might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more than nothing.
Would you Adam and Eve to take of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog?
So, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then?
How could they? Still, anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well?
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Gregson's trunk has been entered into the court record. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina.
Toby? What's up? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively toward me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk!
Oh my goodness! Whoa!
Toby, whoa! Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
Wait, what happened? 2nd of November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. What happened? Toby, what'd you do? Knock him out, knock him to the floor, and...
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! Are you alright?
Miss Susato. Oh, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. That's not a terrier. Most unseemly. At least I don't think he is. Didn't look like one to me.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. I don't think that's gonna be much help, but okay. Sugar water.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you had been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, as to your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and end the stream here for tonight. So hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel, link below to see my past streams. And I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing East End Nordics. So I hope I'll see you then. And if you stick around, I'll drop a raid. Let's see, who are we gonna raid tonight? Let's see. Let's raid Reminuzo, who is playing Final Fantasy Tactics. So hope you'll stick around for that. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.